Sorry?
Well, you know, or even just be the various over there. That was what I find. Yes. We'll see.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know. So I mean, I'm beginning to decide if I'm out to open now. That's right. So we can hold. So we
Quite a lot to get us.
I'll be in the car, actually. Hello?
Okay.
That's a good echo, isn't it? So that's going to be interesting. That persists. So I'm looking for a clue. I think we're still gathering people coming in online, and a few coming in physically. I'm Julian. I'm Julian David. I'm the CEO here at techUK, and I'm actually delighted to kick this off. I'm just looking at Dan for him to give me the thumbs up of when we're actually going to thumbs up. Okay, so off we go. So look, good afternoon or good morning, because we have a number of people coming from the other side of the Atlantic. Partly listen to me, partly listen to Jason, who's coming on shortly. But it's the first day of International Trade Week here in the UK. We're obviously delighted to partner again with our UK Department for Business and Trade, colleagues in government, to deliver a whole series of events throughout the week, focus on trade policy, market access, and actually growing business and trade across the world. But particularly, we're very interested in the UK-US opportunity, UK North America opportunity, I should say. And there are a number of events, as I've said. So let me just highlight what we are involved with this week. So 2 events today focused on the United States, panel looking at how to bring the UK-US Atlantic Declaration to life so that it delivers tangible benefits, dollars and pounds, to businesses and consumers on both sides of the Atlantic. And later on this afternoon, we'll have 3 experts here to give you an overview, and they will be taking questions about how to enter, expand into the US market. And we'll have a contribution from our business leader, one of our members, Doug Johnson, CEO of Circulor, who's going to share his journey of international expansion. And many of you may see either some parallels or some clues as to how to deal with the inevitable challenges and the opportunities that arises. And then in about 2 hours from now, Minister of State for International Trade, Nigel Huddleston, will join us. He's going to deliver closing remarks at the end of the second panel. And then following this speech, we're delighted to host a drinks reception just outside this room. Sorry about that for the people online. Hopefully you'll find a way to get whatever is appropriate for the time of day you are in to also network a little bit. And that will give us a chance to talk to each other and the speakers. Tomorrow morning, we have a different perspective. We're hosting the UK-India Tech Forum. This is something we've been doing for a long time here at techUK. We have a number of specific forums looking at areas of trade around the world. But that discussion is obviously going to focus on it says here, the UK-India ongoing free trade agreement negotiations. That's very well written, Sabina. Thank you very much. Going on and ongoing, but as well as the bilateral collaboration, emerging technologies. And obviously, the great thing about tech is even in the absence of conventional trade agreements, there's an awful lot of trade that we can still do. And there we're really delighted to welcome Minister from Department of Science, Innovation and Technology, Paul Scully, a good friend of our industry, and he will be offering his remarks in that context. Tomorrow afternoon, looking at tech market opportunities in Europe. And then on Thursday, this really is a whistle-stop global tour, isn't it? And on Thursday, covering the Indonesian market, finally Friday, hosting an exciting workshop on how to enter Asia-Pacific markets. And, I often have to just check just how big a country, economy and market Indonesia and associated areas there really are. And they're going very fast into a lot of digital innovation. So look, that's the crash course in trade and technology throughout the week, an opportunity to engage with people who know most about those markets and what's on offer. They'll all be hosted here at techUK, but we're also expecting, as many, if not many more people joining us online. And the full details, agendas, speakers are available on our website, as well as how to register. So if any of those things that I've highlighted further in the week really relevant, then please do take that opportunity. So anyway, back to today. I'm happy to say this is a Transatlantic forum, and we've partnered with our sister organization in Washington, DC, the Information Technology Industry Council, to come up with a joint statement on how to bring the Atlantic Declaration to life for a stronger transatlantic digital economy. And Jason, who is there he is, I can see him. Hi, Jason. Jason Oxman, CEO of our ITI, will join us online to share his thoughts in just a minute or two, because I've got another 2 pages, Jason. Yeah, but we will get to you. Look, let me tell you, though, what we at techUK think. Jason is obviously going to set his own views on that. You may see there's some similarity, but what do we think? So look, it really is all about trade. There needs to be a constant engagement on trade and a focus on digital trade commitments. That's the single most thing the two governments can do, not just to help industry grow and expand internationally, both ways, but also to lead the debate with our partners around the globe. The UK has a great track record, taking all the steps to join the group of countries pushing the boundaries of what's possible, digital trade policy. And we work there with a lot of interesting and interested companies such as Japan, Australia, Singapore, New Zealand, others. I mean, let me just highlight the UK-Singapore Digital Trade Agreement is, I really think, it's one of the best examples of a state-of-the-art trade deal fit for a modern, dynamic digital economy. Yes, we are disappointed, Jason, you may reference this, but the recent US announcement that it's not going to support long-standing principles on digital trade at the WTO. But even with that, we still see there's a huge potential for this bilateral relationship. And you can see that in things like transatlantic data flow deals, for example. And we have very good engagement between our department here, DCIT, and Secretary of State Commerce in the US and colleagues. And that's been seen in a number of agreements and activities between the two. Everybody's talking about AI, I think. And of course, I was delighted to be invited to attend on behalf of our members the AI Safety Summit last week at Bletchley Park. And it was really good to see that the UK has ambition to be one of the leaders in this space, and that it wants to collaborate very closely with the United States and the G7, among others, working on international AI governance. Jason will talk more in a minute about President Biden's executive order, but I just wanted to say, it really is a great opportunity for cooperation, particularly around standards setting and collaboration between the newly announced AI safety institutes. People have asked me, Julian, you were at this thing, did something really significant happen? And I characterized that really as, yes, the first thing was there was global attendance. I mean, you had Secretary of State Raimondo, you also had the Chinese tech minister on the same panel, on the same platform, talking about a number of issues which are global issues. And there were lots of other countries there. They've announced the follow-on, so it's not a one-off. It really is a process. And there were a couple of initiatives already identified. The safety institutes, which I've already referenced, UK was quite first at putting that together, but there are other countries doing the same. US has announced that. Jason, I'm sure you're aware of that. And I think this ongoing dialogue is going to be really good. And the announcements on testing, that was another area where there was a general agreement. Governments need to be involved. Tech doesn't want to mark its own homework in this space. It wants to be part of societal and community activity, and governments must be leaders on that. So let me not forget telecoms. because that's a huge opportunity for collaboration. Obviously, we've got a very good leader of the ITU, and we're really looking forward to work together with the US and other countries on the 2023 World Radio Communication Conference and follow on, but also obviously the next generation of integrated comms, which is badged as 6G. So that is another great area. And of course, it's an underpinning technology behind what we're all trying to do. So look, Jason, we're also really looking forward to, we know this is a decision for Congress. We not interfere with your constitution, but it would really be neat if UK companies would actually be treated as domestic source within the meaning of Title III of the US Defense Production Act, spelt with an S, of course, to get it right. And I think, you know, there's a win-win here. This will provide UK companies with obviously access to you know, real participation in that marketplace. But also we do think we have some uniques and some innovative defense tech solutions. The more it becomes about digital tech, more it becomes about information superiority, cyber comms, etc., then we think there's more that we can offer. And in fact, some of the solutions developed in the UK are already being used by the DoD. So, okay, you can see where I'm going with this, which is it's a huge opportunity. And working together with the US is a long-standing, you know, tradition. It's a long-standing relationship, and we really think the continuation of the Atlantic dialogues, strong stakeholder engagement, and interaction everywhere. But particularly, let's find the business. Let's do business together. Let's deliver solutions that matter for our consumers, our citizens on both sides of the pond. A big pond, but the pond. You know, we can really make some things happen. So if you want to read the statement, then it is on the website, I think, already. But what I'd now like to do is I've challenged you a bit, Jason, on some areas that I hope you're going to talk about. But I'd really like to hand over to my friend and our partner in this endeavor of UK US trade growth, which is Jason Oxman, CEO of ITI, and has some opening remarks. Jason, good morning. Thanks for joining us bright and early. We're delighted to have you. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Julian, and good afternoon to you and everyone in the room. And thanks, as always, to our close friends at techUK for the opportunity to engage in this important dialogue together. Julian rattled off a list of a number of things that are important to the tech industry. They're all items that techUK and ITI are working very closely on. Our teams are united across the Atlantic, including as recently as this morning, as Julian alluded to. I hope you've all had a chance to look at the joint declaration that ITI and techUK released this morning. It's an enormously important document because it highlights the work that we are doing together on those important areas, including digital trade, AI, and telecom. The document, as Julian noted, is live, and I commend it to you because it is a roadmap forward for the work that we'll be doing together. Good morning to everyone in the UK, and good day to everyone online. My name is Jason Oxman, and I'm the president and CEO of ITI, the trade association of the technology industry that represents 80 global technology member companies, which means my job is much easier than Julian's. He represents over 1,000 companies. I only have 80, but the overlap between our member companies is significant, and certainly the overlap between our interests and our activities is significant as well. I had the pleasure of being in London just about 2 weeks ago and experienced some of the vibrant technology scene. Had a chance to visit the headquarters of Sage, one of our mutual member companies, at the beautiful glass building that they are headquartered in downtown London. And it's an exciting time for both the US and the UK in the technology industry. So our thanks to techUK for hosting today's discussion together with us. Our thanks, of course, to the Department of Business and Trade for the International Trade Week programming that we have the pleasure of being a part of. As you'll hear from our expert panel in just a few minutes, there are a lot of opportunities to advance the U.S. and the U.K. Relationship on technology and trade. And I think it's important to remember why this discussion has such significant economic consequences. Trade between the U.S. And the U.K. Was about $300 billion last year. Combined U.S. and U.K. foreign direct investment in other markets is over $1.7 trillion. So we're talking about an incredible amount of economic activity that the technology industry and trade are engaged in. But beyond even these numbers, which are staggering and incredibly important to the global economy, it's the like-minded partnership on topics that I think is really important for us to focus on today. The breadth of cooperation between the U.S. and the U.K. that's highlighted in the Atlantic Declaration, as well as last week's Global AI Safety Summit announcements, in which the U.S. government participated at the highest level there in the U.K. Those are testaments to the close U.S.-UK relationship. And one of the reasons that close relationship is so important is because there are a number of significant challenges in the policy environment related to market access, policymaking in countries around the world, and strengthening transatlantic cooperation and leadership on trade, and particularly on digital trade, is going to underpin continued U.S. and U.K. leadership in the digital economy. Countries like the U.S. and the U.K. and our like-minded allies around the world will grow stronger if we're able to work together on these issues. And that's why we're so supportive of the Atlantic Declaration in this regard. Now, as Julian noted in his remarks, a comprehensive trade policy is fundamental to the success of the Atlantic Declaration, especially digital trade, and concluding precedent-setting digital trade provisions would, of course, advance transatlantic leadership and would help each side address market access barriers around the world. So, of course, one of the things that we're focused on today and in the future is encouraging both sides, the U.S. and the U.K., to continue bilateral trade discussions with an eye on the eventual negotiation of ambitious rules-based trade commitments. Now, the UK government has an important role on this. The Biden administration has, unfortunately, as Julian alluded to, time and time again announced a retreat from digital trade leadership and trade leadership generally. And this is something that's very concerning to us. ITI is headquartered in the US, but we are a global organization. Our members have global interests. And we're very concerned about the direction the Biden administration is moving on trade. That includes, as recently as last week, the surprise and perhaps shock announcement that the U.S. approach to negotiations at the WTO, including a withdrawal of support for critical digital trade provisions, is something that we have to deal with. And let me note for the record, and you'll hear more about this on the panel today, that was very poorly received on both sides of the aisle in the U.S. As many Republican as Democratic voices in opposition to the surprise move by USTR were heard last week. ITI put out a very strong statement in opposition. This moves us in the wrong direction. We need to address it. We'll talk about it today. And US, UK trade bodies like ITI. Now, pursuing a high standard trade agreement with the UK is an opportunity for the United States to once again engage meaningfully and to have a place at the global negotiating table as trade rules for the modern economy are established. It's also critical that any bipartisan bilateral trade negotiations are conducted with an eye toward meaningful outcomes. So we're looking for strengthened bilateral trade collaboration in order to address challenges around the world, including collaboration leading up to the next WTO ministerial conference, to ensure duties are not imposed on digital trade, and to advance multilateral talks on a digital trade agreement. So the Atlantic Declaration includes a wide range of very important collaboration topics. Before we get to the panel, I want to highlight just a couple of priorities that are included in the ITI techUK joint statement that Julian noted. AI, of course, is top of mind right now, particularly as the UK just hosted the Global AI Safety Summit, and the Biden administration released a comprehensive executive order just last week that ITI joined the signing ceremony of at the White House. And of course, the US Congress continues to contemplate AI legislative activity as well. The Biden administration's AI executive order is very focused on the US government as a customer of the tech industry, a purchaser and user of AI services, and how the government will use AI technology in its own business. And given that the US government is the largest single purchaser of technology services in this country, it will have a serious impact on private sector work as well. There is some controversy about how the executive order is going to be implemented, particularly the use of the so-called Defense Production Act, the DPA, which is a Korean War era tool that the government uses to ensure availability of critical supplies. How the DPA will be used to enforce voluntary commitments in AI is an open question that we look forward to hearing more about from the administration. Now, it's also clear that international partnership is important in strengthening public trust in AI and harnessing AI's transformative potential. So the focus on deploying responsible and internationally aligned AI governance frameworks is really important, particularly with a focus on international standards, on a risk-based approach, and flexibility to account for changes in technology. We're also seeing bilateral cooperation on next generation telecom technologies as a significant opportunity in the short term. In particular, bilateral partnership will support strong outcomes at the upcoming 2023 World Radio Communication Conference, and will also support development and deployment of 6G and other technologies. And then we've also worked together to underscore the importance of resilience across critical technology supply chains. This will include enhancing cybersecurity cooperation, as well as alignment on broader economic security measures. So the UK and the US together now have the chance to define a new type of economic partnership, one that leverages the full potential of emerging technologies, one that sets the standard for global cooperation, and one that strengthens our common values at this critical time. We look very much forward at ITI to our partnership with techUK and supporting and contributing to the UK-US collaboration on these and other very important topics. And let me close before we turn it over to the panel by thanking again the team at techUK and my friend Julian for the partnership that leads to open dialogue like this. You know, we have a lot that we're working on together, and a lot that we're working on together is made more challenging by some of the policy decisions that have been made, particularly here in the US around digital trade. But we face challenges in other markets and other jurisdictions as well. But so long as we are partnered together and united on the ideals behind our shared values, I think we have a good path forward and a good opportunity to address these challenges by leaning in together to provide solutions. And I look forward to working with our friends at techUK on that. Julian, thank you for your partnership, for your friendship, and for the team's work together. Thank you for inviting me to participate in opening up today's discussion. Best of luck to all in all the work that lies before us. And with that, I'll turn it back over to allow the introduction of the panel. Thank you.
Jason, thank you very much. I think we all can agree that was comprehensive and frank, focused on the core issues for us to work on and work together on. And look, let me compliment you, Jason. I did sort of lead, saying, I hope you're going to discuss that. And you didn't let us down. And your organization and your leadership and your colleagues there are absolutely fantastic partners for us, for our members, for the broader community looking at global trade. You know, I think you can all see why we're so pleased to be able to work with ITI here at techUK, and I think we're also it's so good. Someone who's right in a key role at the core of policy setting and policy activity in the US, in Washington, with the administration, with the Hill, as you say, but with that global perspective. I think that's such a valuable thing for us to have. And, you know, when Sabina set up the Tech 7 as a counterpart to the G7 to make the G7 think about it, that was 3 years ago, Sabina. First people to sign up were our friends at ITI. So, you know, and they've continued to support that. So really good. Now, look, enough of me. Thanks very much, Jason. I thought that was a comprehensive tour de force, telling us we've still got some problems and some challenges, as 'twas ever thus, but we have opportunity to work together. And I think we're now going to spend a bit of time, Sabina, aren't we, with panels looking at that. I will be back after the panels, and we'll be joined by our trade minister, which is obviously something we're looking forward to. So Sabina, if I can hand over to you. Jason, good morning. Thank you very much for that.
Is this working? Is it? Yes. Right. Can I have my panelists join me on the stage? We'll need 2 more chairs as well. I'll go in the corner so you can all see Nigel online as well. Right, this is a big panel. Perfect. It's fine. It's fine. Nigel is big enough that we can see him. We'll share this microphone. I'm that corner of the room. Wonderful. So thanks everyone, and thanks everyone online for joining us. We'll spend about the next hour talking further about the Atlantic Declaration and UK-US collaboration in tech and trade. Or more in tech than trade these days. So what I will do is I'll very quickly invite our panel to introduce themselves and what they do before we kind of dig into the conversation. So I'll start with Nigel online.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Nigel Corey. I'm the Associate Director for Trade Policy here at the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation. We're a tech-focused think tank based here in DC, and it's great to be here today.
Thanks, Nigel. Ross?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ross Evans. I'm a solicitor at Baker McKenzie. I specialise in investment and trade controls, and I'm also a member of techUK's National Security Committee.
Natasha.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm Natasha Thomas. I'm VP of Public Affairs for Sage. We are a FTSE 50 tech company based in the Northeast.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Patterson. I'm the Policy and Programme Manager for the Government Relations team at Seagate Technology. We offer data storage solutions.
Yeah, it does work. It works. Two of us have got microphones here, right? Hi, I'm David Hennig. I am Director of the UK Trade Policy Project at the think tank European Centre for International Political Economy, where I look at the whole range of both UK trade and global trade policy developments. And being rather old, I also happen to have met in previous life both of your forthcoming keynote speakers later on in the afternoon, which is interesting.
Thank you, David, and thanks everyone for the introductions. Right, let's start with the elephant in the room, and that's US trade policy or lack of it. So, so I will start with Nigel's introductory remarks. You know, we've heard a lot from Jason before about the pretty sad direction of travel of trade policy in the US. Would love an analysis from you of where we are, what might happen, ahead of the elections, and what are some of the opportunities with the UK, if any, before that. Nigel, over to you.
Yeah, just to start things on a low note, building off Jason and Julian's points is that the nature of, I suppose, how we talk about trade and related issues has changed in recent years, and and USTR's decisions to withdraw their support for discussions around data flow, data localization, source code, and non-discrimination principles for digital goods just further changes the context even more so in making what we thought were foundational pillars of digital trade agreements and new digital economy agreements out of reach, essentially, for the United States for the foreseeable future. And so it places even more importance on what the UK had already been doing, to its credit, in building out the type of engagement with the United States on science and technology, various innovation-related issues with privacy-enhancing technologies, quantum computing, and other issues. And so the UK is going to need to lean into those issues even more so to sort of build out the agenda for the Atlantic Declaration, as it also, I hope, strongly points out to its US partners here about why USTR's rather sudden decision is actually really counterproductive to a whole host of US interests and initiatives, which I understand is happening in terms of other US agencies and stakeholders are making those exact points. So what, if any, reaction we see from the Biden administration clarifying their decision and what it means will be something we'll have to wait and see, and hopefully will help us all better understand the field we're now all playing on as we lead up to the end of the election. And so things only obviously become more difficult as we enter election season, but digital still remains an area of bipartisan focus here in the United States in Congress, and it'll be interesting to see what else they do also in terms of next steps reacting to USTR's decision as well, because there's a very clear understanding that this was an own goal, and this only hurts the United States' efforts to counteract Chinese digital protectionism and authoritarianism. And so it really does complicate the US engagement around the world, across the board, on a whole host of digital issues. And so it gets difficult. But that said, there is some room for positive sort of momentum and progress for the United Kingdom. To its credit, it has pushed as hard and far as the Biden administration will allow it on a whole host of tech issues. The UK has obviously been deemed a qualifying state under the Biden administration executive order for the data privacy framework with the EU, which is great to see. And there's more work they could do here in terms of building how both countries live up to the principles of that qualification, but more importantly, its connection to the OECD's Trusted Government Access to Data initiative. Because government access to data is foundational to trusted data flows, and it's critical that both countries sort of work to operationalize those principles. And they've already sort of taken steps, respective steps in that regard. So that would be a great area for them to build on. And it also complements with ongoing, really useful cooperation between the United Kingdom DCITS and the Department of Commerce with the Global Cross-Border Privacy Rules Initiative. The UK has been obviously a very keen supporter of it. I spoke at their global workshop in London in April. They recently held another workshop in San Diego a few weeks ago. And it's something that the UK is really leaning into to basically develop another data transfer framework that is far more pragmatic and far more tenable for more countries around the world than some other models out there. And so the UK leaning into that, and if they can build a parallel track for discussions around government access to data alongside that, that would be enormously useful to addressing both commercial and government-related concerns around privacy, around data flows in a really quite a holistic way. So that holds promise. The other area that hasn't gotten much attention thus far is technical standards. And I'm not quite sure if I'm out geeking myself in this room by mentioning that, but the United States just recently released a national strategy on technical standards for critical and emerging technologies. It had some good points, some bad points, but it sets a foundation for broader cooperation with the UK, the EU, Singapore, and others. I understand the UK is also considering its own technical standard strategy, and so that lends itself to more cooperation between the two sides on technical standards. But in summary, trade was already difficult in terms of Normal trade discussions and negotiations were already difficult between the UK and the US. They've only become more difficult and with the withdrawal of the digital provisions from USTR. And so it's about doing what the UK has already been doing in many regards, is pushing as hard and on broader range of issues as possible to make as much progress as it can with the Biden administration, given the Biden administration's approach, and then hoping that there's some opportunities for upgrades further down the line.
Thanks, Nigel. Thanks for that introduction. A bit of doom and gloom to start with, but some positive notes there. So let me turn to David to set up the context from this side of the...
From this side of the Atlantic, and I'm going to be more optimistic than Nigel, which is remarkable. I'm not known for my optimism, but I actually am. And on the same topic, I actually think that what the US has just announced may be a blessing in disguise. Nigel may think it's pretty well disguised at the moment, that blessing, but I've got a serious point to this, which is that digital trade rules haven't actually really been progressing that well. There was a report, I think it was last year, earlier this year, I think it was last year, from the City of London commission with Flint, which actually pointed out that behind these principles of data flows and no data localization lay trade agreements that were absolutely stacked with caveats that allowed governments to break those ideas anyway. So in a way, I actually kind of welcome the US now coming out and saying, actually, we don't fully believe in data flows, because it was pretty obvious they didn't anyway. And because they always had, for example, national security carve-outs. There's a really good book just been published by two writers, Farrell and Newman, called Underground Empire, which looks at the way the US has intercepted data, and that's only going to make it worse for people looking at data localization. I actually think there's an opportunity now to look again at digital rules, and actually some of what Nigel mentioned that wasn't data flow, some of what the UK has been looking to do, I actually think is probably in the right space. Every country now has to work out how you're going to balance data flows with regulation, just as we have to work out across the whole waterfront of trade. How do you balance open trade with the kind of national regulations that everyone has? And I think that we've got that chance now to have a little bit of a reset away from, if you like, something that wasn't quite happening. Now, I was actually asked, what does UK-US relations look like from this side of the pond? Probably, I would say, not quite as good as we'd have hoped at this point. Somehow, we seem to have been caught in a couple of ways between some people who think that because we haven't got a free trade agreement, then we don't have the relationship we need. And then on the other hand, you've got the EU-US Technology Trade Council, which is taking up quite a lot of attention, certainly from the US, in terms of a whole raft of issues, but particularly around setting regulation. And in that respect, I think the Atlantic Declaration is a slight disappointment. And the reason for that is that the one thing I was looking at is that the UK and the US had at least been setting up a dialogue that hasn't met for a while. And what I was disappointed by is it's not really referenced in the Atlantic Declaration. And I think that's disappointing. That's a step backwards. And the Atlantic Declaration focuses more on some of the sort of current hot issues in the US, whether it's critical raw materials or new and emerging technologies, export controls on potential dual-use items going to China. And there's not quite enough of the cooperative agenda. Then again, it is mentioned. The cooperative agenda is mentioned. I suspect that was the UK who really wanted to make sure that still got in there. So again, at least there's a hook. But I think one of the things that I would say to anybody who has in the room, or Nigel from the US side, is we really do need to get those dialogues back up and running. There are various cooperation fora there, but essentially modern trade policy, the US is moving away from free trade agreements in general. It's moving away from trade in general as well, unfortunately. But insofar as it's moving into anything, hopefully it won't go more kind of isolationist. it is moving towards cooperation and dialogues. The UK really needs to be a part of that. And I think particularly in tech areas where there is a story that we can build together, the UK and the US. I'm not so worried about whether we lead that conversation. I'm not so worried about leadership, because I've always taken the view that was given to me several years ago by someone who has been in the services field for many, many years, who said, look, the UK we have to be, as one of the world's services superpowers, we have to meet everybody's regulations. So in a sense, it's not necessarily we have to lead them. We need to make sure that our companies, our regulations allow our companies to operate globally. And that's what, you know, for me, that's more about leadership, by showing that the UK companies are really good at services supply, which we are. And actually the US as well is another services superpower, perhaps an even more reluctant one than the UK. It doesn't seem to like the idea that it's the world's #1 services exporter, which always strikes me as slightly strange. And so, you know, what I'm seeing the opportunity for, and I think that techUK and ITI play a huge role in this as well, is actually to come together. I'm not going to go into the details, because I think that's what the other panelists are going to do, about how to do things. But in a way, is to move away from the models where we only measured our trade relationship by whether we had a free trade agreement, or to think that we need to be the world's leaders, to find ways in which we can work together to help shape an environment where our companies are going to succeed. And I think one thing around the data flows area is, for me, it's not necessarily so much about whether about the level of regulations around data flows. It's how much do our regulations, our trade rules, support businesses and consumers whose digital trade is just now by default. And I actually, I've been looking at this recently about the digital trade numbers. I regard almost all trade now as digitally enabled. Consumers are really there. So how much can we make sure that we have in place the right framework that allows for businesses and consumers to do what they expect to be able to do? So that's where I hope that there's an opportunity to take the conversation forward. But if I was the UK, yes, I'd hope to take it forward with the US, but I'd hope to take it forward with absolutely everyone, because, well, we're services leaders, and let's do for services rules what we do for our own services sales. Let's put in place the best possible framework as a country.
Thanks, David. That's setting the scene. I see a lot of nodding from Nigel there. So
I couldn't see him. So.
That's good. I will come back on some of the points you raised, and definitely on the Atlantic dialogues. I mean, they're a bit of a chatting shop, but they're useful. And I think what both the TTC to a certain extent and the Atlantic dialogues missed was a bit more of the stakeholder engagement part. They're very much government to government, and it does feel sometimes that, you know, it's almost like just for people's eyes that we do have a stakeholder roundtable that's not actually a roundtable, and nobody actually, it's pre-orchestrated and all of that. So definitely agree. And we call for it in our paper that the Atlantic dialogues continue and that there is a strong stakeholder engagement element to it. So thanks for that. You did mention national security carve-out, so it's the best point to bring in Ross here.
Other microphone. And yeah, thanks for David and Nigel for covering the optimism and pessimism sides of the angle. It's a great relief for me, because normally when I come to these events and I talk about national security and regulation and controls and restrictions, I'm the bad guy who talks all about all of the pessimism and the negatives. So it's quite nice actually being able to have that out of the way with, and talk about some of what's happening and where some of the opportunities might be going forwards. So why am I here to talk about the regulations and controls when the title of our panel today is about opportunities? Well, first, because it's how the future partnership and cooperation and growth across the areas that we've just heard outlined is going to take place and happen. And second, because right now there's probably a very important window of opportunity for industry to really engage and influence how the law is going to evolve in these areas. And that's both in the US, where we've had a couple of proposals for what some new legislation might look like, in the UK, where the government is very actively starting to consult in some of the key areas here, and also setting the precedent for the global picture, because actually there's a lot of other countries watching what is happening here with the US and with the UK, who will be thinking about, well, how do we address our trade and investment program and our national security concerns as well? Can we take lessons, or can we look at those as a model from what is being done elsewhere? So there's this window right at the moment to talk about what those laws are going to look like. Are they doing the job they're intended to? Will they work in practice? Are they manageable? Are they going to have unintended consequences? And what are the consequences going to be for other countries who are doing the same thing? So will there be, will these be sufficiently objective and trusted? Will they be rule of law based and making sure that they have the right kinds of oversight rather than appearing to be subjective or arbitrary? Because those are really, I think, the key dangers, which won't just disrupt the norms of trade as they've been for the last 50, 60 years, but actually would cause very significant disruption, because it will move from being a more restricted environment to being just a completely unpredictable one. So a couple of points just to cover. I'll really quickly introduce, for those who are new to it, what the National Security Toolkit kind of looks like from a geopolitical angle at the moment. And that's not kind of too UK or US specific, but more talking about the kinds of rules that are in place. And then talking about some of the developments happening right now for investment controls and export controls and sanctions, and how they are kind of really pulled out within the Atlantic Declaration in terms of what might be happening next there. So to outline the toolkit, first of all, a lot of these bits of legislative equipment have been in place for decades, and are kind of struggling to deal with trade in the digital era. But they've moved very quickly over the last kind of 3, 5, perhaps even stretching back to around 10 years in some areas. So for export controls, these are obviously controls on what leaves the country, so physical shipments, and are in place to kind of address potential use concerns, make sure that national security interests are reflected in what technology is allowed to leave a country and how it can be used. Combine that again with sanctions, which have been particularly in focus over the last 2 years, and a lot of these areas have been refreshed in the UK post-Brexit. So through the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act and the Economic Crime Act, changing what the enforcement regime looks like here and quite significantly impacting the liability and risk calculations for UK businesses. Foreign investment controls looking instead more at who owns and has access to businesses within a country, historically really focused on security of supply within the defense industry, but increasingly being used to and kind of applied to address concerns similar to export controls. So around before references to the critical and emerging technologies areas and to critical national infrastructure, prompted, I think, very clearly for the last couple of years by pandemic response, a focus on the communications industry and infrastructure and energy. And then on top of that, you might have a couple of bits of task and industry specific legislation. And because they're a bit more niche, I won't kind of cover them, and they aren't as in focus of the Atlantic Declaration. But within there, you will have recent developments like the National Security Act within the UK, which creates a new foreign influence registration scheme, which a lot of industries, a lot of companies within the tech industry have been quite focused on what the consequences are for them in terms of how it might affect their operations or their relationships with UK and other governments, or things like the Telecom Security Act, which impose some regulatory obligations on UK network and communications services operators, and gives UK government powers to require that equipment from particular organisations and suppliers is kind of pulled out of UK networks. And while the UK and US have certainly been cooperating across all of those areas recently, it's really the investment control and the trade control aspects that the Atlantic Declaration says, look, these are going to be at the forefront of where the discussions are going to be over the next couple of years. So to just dive into those two in particular for a moment. On the investment control side, the big piece in the last couple of years has been the UK National Security and Investment Act. That's one of many global regimes recently introduced or expanded to look at national security concerns, or look at investment through the lens of national security concerns. So mergers and acquisitions of companies, but also restructurings and governance within businesses that are already set up and exist, given a very, very broad remit and quite wide-ranging powers in that respect. It's got a couple of key features that are kind of worth flagging because of how they relate to this discussion. So the first is a mandatory filing requirement being introduced for the first time. So that applies to businesses carrying out activities in 17 specific sectors of the economy viewed as being high risk. And again, no surprises that these are the areas like quantum, semiconductor design, data infrastructure, communications, and kind of other national infrastructure sectors, which are clearly a focus as the discussions around concerns of other third-party actors, so concerns around investment flows to and from China in particular. So those areas appear in those 17 sectors that are called out. The government, in relation to those and other transactions, is given very broad intervention powers, not just to be able to block transactions, but also a power to order any person to do or not to do anything that they think is required to address a national security concern in those areas. So, I think in terms of different powers the government has, that's probably, out of all pieces of legislation across all areas, one of the broadest ranges of discretion that they are allowed to impose requirements on businesses for. And even outside of the mandatory sectors and outside of the corporate transactions I mentioned, the government has a power to proactively call in and review transactions in other areas. So it could be businesses in areas outside of those 17 things that they've already said, we think these are sensitive. And it doesn't need to be an acquisition of a UK company to begin with. So it could be a overseas company that is active within the UK. It could even be asset transactions where they're used in relation to UK activities. So the breadth of that regime allows it to be used, and in fact it already has been started to be used, as we can see from the final orders, in ways that are much broader than what you might traditionally think of as investment. So in transactions like transferring IP out of UK R&D operations, or in licensing of IP. And these are areas of activity that are traditionally subject to regulation elsewhere, so like under export control laws. So in that respect, the Atlantic Declaration doesn't really suggest a change, but perhaps shows more the areas of the focus for UK government kind of aligned with that of the US, and sees more room for kind of discussion and commonality in what they're trying to achieve with it. Following the Atlantic Declaration, the US came out very quickly with proposals to introduce outbound investment screening. And that, again, is quite a radical departure from decades and decades of established precedent, to talk about limiting where your companies might invest and grow and how they might seek to do that on a national security basis has perhaps always been a concern of government. It will have had discussions with industry, but to actually start to put forward legislation to introduce a formal toolkit to restrict that is quite a new idea, and quite a potentially dangerous one if that idea is applied broadly without the right oversight, or in a slapdash way across different countries. So the US proposals again focus on areas that we've seen very clearly at the top of the discussion list, so semiconductors, quantum, and AI. And within those areas proposes a mix of prohibitions on investment into certain countries, and in the US proposal explicitly calls out China, and notification requirements for investments in those areas as well. The UK is slowed down. It's not at that point yet, but it is actively having discussions with industry and with businesses to try and work out where those proposals should be, if the UK should do something similar, if it is a concern, or if UK investment is a concern in the same way that the US is, given the very different ways that the UK industry and UK finance is structured, or whether actually the UK approach to this should be to step back and say, well, we'll let the US deal with the outbound investment side, and we will focus on different areas instead. They've tied that very closely into the export controls picture. So as I mentioned before, this was not just about physical exports, but these are sets of rules which are already in place to cover trade, so sharing information and data and technology. And the UK is saying, well, let's look at these. We look at our current toolkit and see whether that is actually suitable for trade in the modern era, or if we need to revisit it and look at a way to rebuild that for going forwards to the future.
Thanks, Ross. You are painting a super complex picture that I'm sure you're working on with your clients as well. And, kind of to put that into kind of practical, how do companies do business? And, given the absence of actual, any kind of trade commitments between the UK and the US, we have the Atlantic Declaration, but that's, it's a nice document of signaling cooperation, which is always good, but we could have more than that. And then given the domestic regulation that's kind of happening everywhere and therefore kind of playing into the consideration of where do you expand, how do you expand, and how do you do business internationally. I think it's great to kind of bring in Natasha and Lizzie now, who actually, work for companies operating across the pond and even a lot broader than that. So maybe Natasha, I start with you. And what are some of the key areas where you see opportunity for increased collaboration, and what do the governments need to do to facilitate that? So
yeah, great.
Thank
you very much for having me. And I must say, yes, amazing to be amongst such incredible trade expertise here. And I'm going to give a bit more of the basic kind of what are the commercial drivers, what are the drivers of commercial decision making that we want to find or hear more of through this very welcome partnership between the UK and the US. And certainly, as has already been discussed, like in this age of rapidly advancing technology and innovation and AI, we don't necessarily want to think we have to wait for 10 years for a trade deal either. So we need some much more hybrid and agile approach, definitely. Sage has a massive interest in that. We, as you know, were founded in the Northeast over 40 years ago, and that's our global headquarters. We contribute 118 million to that region in GVA. And then likewise in the US now, that is now our largest market. So 40% of our revenue comes from the US. And that has doubled in the last 2 years, as has US investment in Sage, and has also our office size in Atlanta. So a lot of doubling in the last 2 years. So actually both for us, teams collaborate, we work globally. So the US and the UK will completely benefit from a little bit more flesh on the bone, I think, with this declaration. So in a nutshell, what do we do? Well, we serve millions of small businesses globally with software to help them run their business. And our message to government is to prioritise effective policies to make sure that small businesses really benefit in the digital economy and thrive. And we've already seen, for example, we look in the data of 120,000 businesses in the UK, small businesses, payment times have halved over a decade. So digital is making a huge difference. But I will say here that we could be on the cusp of a new era of productivity. There are certainly some areas where there is a very clear sort of, direction of travel when it comes to tech and innovation now. So whether it's digital ID, e-invoicing now, AI adoption, opening up more data and digitizing trade. And I think all of these could really enable SME workflows a lot more easily. If you think now today, 80% of small businesses have to sort of spend their time like manually keying in invoice data. It's not at all what we want. We want to elevate the work of humans, essentially. That's our mantra when it comes to all things AI. And actually, the governments that we're talking about today should not underestimate their ability to drive that digitization through policy. We estimate that actually adoption of e-invoicing, for example, could be accelerated from 20 years to 5 years. And that's through government picking standards and picking timelines. And that's what's happened in Europe now. So why am I saying all this? I'm saying all this because although US-UK security cooperation is very strong, there's definitely an opportunity for them to pull in the same direction on some of the other sort of more policy areas that are more focused on commercial investment, because companies like Sage, ITI members, techUK members are looking for a direction of travel to make significant investment over a period of years. And I do actually think there are ways that that could happen, even if we're still not quite there yet with things like how we're all going to regulate AI. So, for example, you know, cooperation, as you've already called out today, between standards bodies, NIST, and what the UK is going to do around standards on AI, it would be very good for us to hear a stated intent that there will be cooperation there. Or will the UK reflect on the US exec order on AI and, you know, some of the comments on labeling and watermarking? Are we now going to collaborate on that? You could even look at, you know, for example, a third of the world's trade now is in countries that are signed up to something called the PEPL network. Getting a bit geeky now, but again, that's an internationally used network for e-invoicing. So again, there are opportunities for the countries to be a bit more specific about the direction they want to take, because we're all pretty aligned that that is the direction we want to take. And finally, you know, funnily enough, Newcastle and Atlanta are twin cities. And I do think, again, there is an opportunity, even if I know the UK is looking at some state-by-state memorandums of understanding, but just to bring in the state level kind of support that could drive forward some of this agreement, and, you know, what kind of skills investment will that lead to? Again, I think there's an opportunity there. So, you know, all in all, what we don't want is companies like Sage holding back investment until we feel we've got regulatory certainty in a market, for example, you know, the market that's going to kind of set the highest standard, because we don't have anything else in between. So I would say, you know, let's keep building on this declaration. Really, thank you, techUK and ITI for pushing that forward.
Thank you, Natasha, and thanks for bringing in the MOUs. It took 45 minutes into the conversation to get there, but yeah, we generally find, you know, it's small steps, but it's small steps that kind of go somewhere. And the MOUs, although, you know, clearly not legally binding, and, you know, they're just a pact of cooperation in a way. You know, there are real things in there around procurement, particularly for US states where procurement is mostly decided at state level, but also, you know, as you said, around skills and other areas. So, you know, maybe we do think, you know, of the final aim of where we can bring the trade relationship, but there are small steps in between that contribute to that direction. So thanks, Natasha. Lizzie, over to you.
Sorry. Just grab the microphone. No, it's great to hear from Natasha from Sage. I'm actually from near Newcastle myself, so I know all about what you guys do. But no, just to give a bit of a backdrop about Seagate and what we do as well. So we offer data storage solutions, mainly hard drives. We are an American company, but we are incorporated in Ireland, and we have a big manufacturing presence in Derry in Northern Ireland, where we make the recording head of hard drives. So for us, we've also been watching the Atlantic Declaration very closely. We've got big bases across in the US and in Europe and the UK. So for us, cooperation and having alignment on strategy, especially data, is really important. And we've been watching it and making our own feedback about what we think about the Atlantic Declaration. And I think one of the areas that we would like to see a bit more clarification is channels of communication that are involving business, and not just having one person maybe in the civil service or in another UK department, but having somebody who's bilaterally in the US and the UK that we can communicate with regarding about the Atlantic Declaration and data flows, and that we can have that open communication about regulation so that there isn't any ambiguity, and that if we have questions or concerns that we can raise, that we have a direct contact that we can go to. I think there's been a lot of stumbling around in the dark, especially with export controls, very little warning about when they're happening, and compliance requirements. So for us, it would be really beneficial to have some more clear communication that invites business in to those conversations. Also regarding critical technologies and semiconductors, we are aware that the UK and the US have got their own CHIPS Acts and semiconductor strategies, and they are, of course, competing strategies, but we would quite like to see more alignment regarding communication too on those strategies, and not just so that they are competing, but so that they are complementary, so that we can have this better supply chain resiliency and achieve the goals that they are setting out to achieve in terms of having resilience from China and from making sure that we have the concrete strategies that will protect us and our global supply chains from things like from COVID or from future risk. So, and then the other area I think where we've watched the Atlantic Declaration, we would like to see some more improvement is on R&D too, and looking at those areas where there's skill shortages. We welcome in the Atlantic Declaration that they appreciate the fact that they want to have more visas and accessibility between the US and the UK to allow skilled people to come over to the UK or go over to the US. But we would quite like to see that in a form that we've seen it work in a triple helix, for example. That's between governments, that's between academia, that's between business. And that tends to work much more efficiently and better than perhaps, loose commitments on visas. And then if they're working together, then we can address those skill shortages together and be more impactful along the way. I think those are the main areas that I wanted to address. But yeah, I think we're really happy about the fact that there is that commitment that we do want to work together with the US and the UK bilaterally, but there are still areas that need to be improved from our end anyway.
Thank you, Lizzie. Yeah, and I think it comes kind of time and again, this idea of like, how do we kind of bring everyone together in one room, this convening power around some of the issues that actually matter to business. And that's where, in a way, the kind of stuff we've seen so far around the TTC, the Atlantic Dialogue and so on, they kind of fall short because they tend to be kind of fairly high level policy wonky things around governments talking to governments as opposed to kind of hearing or listening or figuring out solutions in kind of partnership with industry. So it's, yeah, very, very good to hear more of that, convening power is needed. I do want to turn to the room if there are any questions, but first I will go back to Nigel because I'm curious about the blessing in disguise.
Some great remarks that I think tie into what David and I were talking about in how trade is so much more holistic at the moment. And it also points out to me how it requires a different set of policy muscles to like train and build up rather than just focusing on trade negotiators, in that MOUs and commitments to cooperate are a dime a dozen. What makes them valuable and useful is if they're operationalized, and that requires consistent effort and attention and engagement, and that's something that not all governments are very good at. I mean, the Biden administration is still very weak in this regards, and so it's incumbent upon the UK to basically double up and make sure it's putting like pragmatic, useful, business-related proposals on the table that have an agenda, and then following up consistently and making it an actionable agenda. Because I mean, to be frank, like the TTC is struggling for outcomes, and unless there is a consistent agenda, it won't be sustainable over the long term. So, so that's the first point there with the MOUs and cooperation and such, and that gets to some of the points that Natasha and Elizabeth mentioned in terms of some of the low-hanging fruit to align on how to digitalize trade, which don't get a lot of attention, but are actually absolutely crucial to enabling digital trade, especially by SMEs and such, and don't get much of the limelight like quantum or AI does. The other part that you mentioned, Sabina, and it's been a bugbear of mine over here, is just and this isn't a swipe at the UK, is just the lack of meaningful engagement with the private sector and other stakeholders in these initiatives. Because on some of these issues, like technical standards, again, it's the private sector that make these. They're the ones that make the technologies. They're the ones that sit in the standards meetings. And unless you have them inside the room, what you're talking about won't be of much relevance. And so I think there needs to be a bit of a shift, at least here in the US, about drawing the private sector in, because otherwise these new initiatives, this new architecture the Biden administration is trying to create just won't survive the long term.
Thanks, Nigel. So obviously the US side is relying a lot on UK leadership in this bilateral relationship and hoping there is some doubling down, and if there are going to be some results, it will be from the UK convincing the US to do some things. What's our chances there?
I think I think what Nigel just said, we're still adjusting to a new world of trade. We have moved from a kind of free trade agreements. We're still hanging on in there trying to do digital trade agreements. I'm all in favour of smaller trade agreements, but as yet I don't think we've quite got the right content in those sorts of things. I think the point that's being widely made about stakeholder engagement, I think that what a number of governments realised a few years ago, but both the US and the UK in different ways have sort of slipped a bit behind, is in terms of better structuring the stakeholder engagement. Here I'm thinking that what New Zealand had done a few years ago in their Trade for All, it's not just, bring everybody to the table. Trade, the US was a bad example in this because the US has a pretty closed system of trade advisors, and the UK has kind of followed that. I don't think it works in the modern age, where actually what we're trying to do is create this sort of holistic outcome where stakeholders are agreeing, governments are agreeing, everybody's sort of coming together. And I don't think we've quite got it right either in the US or the UK. So I'm not totally convinced that in the short term we're going to be the ones who are definitely going to drive this agenda with the US. But, and again, a little bit of optimism on my side, I think the UK was, I see Brexit and everything we went through, the sort of inward-looking part of it, as something that a number of other countries, including the US, have gone through. I think we could be one of the first to come out of it as well. This is my hope, is that we come out of that and actually see, okay, now we've had a few years where we've been a bit inward focused. Now let's come out of that. Now let's kind of work out what our position is, and let's see what we can do. Let's use our convening power that the UK undoubtedly has, and the AI summit was mentioned earlier. And there are two ways of looking at the AI summit. Either it was a terrible failure because it didn't sort of create the entire rule set for AI for the coming years, but it was never going to. It was a success because it just simply, we set something up and people came. Now, the UK can do that in an awful lot of different fields. So again, challenge for the UK coming forward. How are we going to do that? How much can the system bear? I hope it can bear quite a lot of doing that. But certainly when I've written papers, it's one of the things I would like to see the UK doing is using our convening power more. So not completely sure that says that we're definitely going to make progress in the next 6 months. But I think that, and it comes back to you, Selena, I'm going to push it back on you. Keep pressing government, I think, for this more open approach to stakeholders. Almost help government to sort of help you to kind of drive, I think, where a lot of trade policy professionals know we need to go, which is this more open, stakeholder-driven way. We're just all struggling to get our governments to quite be in the right place. But I think we know that's where we need to get to. It's just being a bit frustrating, taking time to get there.
Oh, I fully agree. And, it's probably my daily job, to be honest. But also not in terms, because I think the government has been fairly good, depending on the period in time of the last 3 years, with some exceptions, but has been fairly good at engaging with business. I think what's been missing from the conversation is the rest of society, in a way. And, it's strange for me as a tech business representative, go in the room and be like, where is everyone else? But fundamentally, I think that's really important if you're going to bring everyone else on board with the trade agenda and why trade is good for the economy and for society and so on. So I think that's the bit that's been slightly missing. I think even business engagement has been fairly poor recently, but you know, if you look at the broad picture, you need everyone in the room. And you've given the example of New Zealand. There's plenty of others. I think Canada is doing a really good job as well as trying to put kind of negotiating text, at least their positions, right? Because they can't break confidentiality with other people's positions, but you know, at least their positions in some kind of, you know, digestible language, so you involve as much of society as possible in this negotiation. So I think there are good practice and good examples that we can all learn from, and the secrecy around negotiations, I think, you know, needs to kind of loosen up a bit if we're going to kind of negotiate good trade agreements for everyone. So yeah, that's a really good point there. I do want to open up. Are there any questions in the room? We have one over here.
Hello. So at the end of October, the British Parliament passed the Electronic Trade Documents Act, and then a component was sent from Burnley to Singapore using 100% digital customs documents. Does the panel think that that development could impact the Atlantic Declaration in any way?
Thank you. Was there any other question in the room? I maybe saw someone there.
Thanks very much for the panel. Really interesting to hear, everyone. I'll start with a caveat that I am from government, so hopefully in the right room to listen. I would be interested to hear some things about the kind of short-term trade access barriers, the kind of immediate things that the Atlantic Declaration could deliver, in addition to the kind of medium and long-term regulations and rule setting that you've all talked about. There is definitely an opportunity there, but are there any things in the next 6 months that government could deliver for businesses?
Thank you. Thanks so much. I will kind of take us. We've got 15 minutes, so I will kind of go around the panel and try to answer this. I will maybe start with Natasha on the electronic trade documents bill, because that's definitely close to her heart and her business. So maybe start there, and then we'll move around the panel. So
yeah, I mean, I think trade is extremely complex area to automate. So anything is extremely welcome, and what we absolutely don't want is to, you know, leave small businesses sort of isolated any more than they are already, as other countries do progress digitization of trade. So I think, for example, you called out the Singapore agreement earlier. You know, that is an excellent agreement and has some very clear commitments in it. So 100%, but there's a lot more we can do. Again, I'm going to mention e-invoicing again, but that is more. That's not sending PDFs overseas. That is standardizing the electronics of format, the data exchange between businesses. And as more and more countries across the world adopt that and get their businesses to start using it, we 100% want to be in that. So I think we just can't stop. I think it's definitely the direction of travel to go. So completely welcome it. But you know, it would be great to see a bit more on that in this declaration.
Thanks, Natasha. I will turn back to your question. I have a question for Ross on, you know, you kind of mentioned the dangers there of, you know, it's either just restrictive because of the nature of where we are in this moment in time, or completely unpredictable as a regime. Where are we heading?
I wish I knew where we were heading. I'd be able to prepare for it and have a much more enjoyable next couple of years. I think at the moment the direction is unset, and I think what is clear from the comments, particularly from Elizabeth and Natasha, there is actually there were some themes around where we need to be heading, which maybe need to feed into the discussion about where we are heading, where we ultimately end up. Because particularly where we are looking at an environment with a lot of overlapping controls and a lot of uncertainty in how they can be used right now and may grow in future, what businesses are coming out for, what calling out for, what my clients are asking for a lot of the time is regulatory certainty, efficiency in the process, and avoiding ambiguity in what the laws require and will require now and will require in future. If you can plan for, and you can if you know what is going to be needed and how you're going to get there, then actually that takes away a lot of the concerns from the business and commercial side of things. And perhaps turning to the question as to where government can help in the short term, I don't think there is an immediate fix to some of these issues, but I think actually a lot of it is more around that long-term reassurance. So rather than saying there's a market access barrier, it is more the uncertainty and the lack of knowing what to predict or how things will be treated by government. In particular, where there's perhaps a high-level policy view which is made public, but then it isn't always carried through and some of the details don't match up to that. It is that tension, that divergence that puts a lot of businesses off, I think, investment and being able to grow trade at the same pace they otherwise would. I picked up on a couple of the questions and tried to tie them together.
It is a difficult one, especially on market access barriers, because you'll have some that may take the next few decades to solve. But do you want to touch upon, Lizzie, on some of the market access barriers?
Yeah, well, just totally agree with that. Having any diversity in terms of compliance or rules and regulations really decreases the likelihood of investment within a region. And also, if there's any risk associated, that's also going to impact our investment decisions. So making sure that we do have clarity and that we have as much uniformity as possible. And also having that open and clear communication with government is really key. But that's what I would say on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Lizzie. And I will turn back to David and Nigel for what seems to be the last the last few minutes of the conversation. Maybe David, start with you on some of the market access barriers that she was asking about and how do we solve them. Good luck with that one. But also in terms of, this clarity, I think, especially for kind of the digital economy, right? This clarity around regulation and the fact that everyone's coming up with their own regulations and, it's a bit of a mess to navigate, especially if you're a smaller business. How do we kind of smooth out some of those things?
Right. Huge topic. First of all, as someone mentioned to me, so it's not an original idea on my part, certainty is almost impossible in the regulatory age, but predictability is really something to aim for. And how do we get predictability in sort of in regulation? Well, we simply take more time and are more open in the way that we develop it, and we put a trade element into the regulation. One of the things I've noted really in years, including when I worked in the UK government, was that we've not been very good when the teams that think about regulation aren't necessarily the teams that think about trade, and vice versa. And we really need to try and join that up. The Department for Business and Trade is, I'm told, starting to take the advantage of having been brought together. It always takes a frustratingly long time after machinery of government changes for this to happen. On market access barriers, it's unlikely that there's going to be anything that we knew that you hadn't heard before. But one of the things that does occur to me is that, and this comes right back to my first point about sort of how all trade is nowadays digital. One of the big things that I think more effort needs to be put into, and this is not really within your digital trade, but it is everybody is now implementing kind of single windows, more efficient customs processes, more efficient, and that comes back to the paperless trading. Do they all talk with each other? I suspect that's going to be a huge question to come, and the more we can do to make sure that when these things are rolled out in the UK, they talk to all of the other places, because as I say, we need to be as good at trade as everybody else. That should be our goal. So I think I'll stop there. Is that okay?
That's great, David. Thanks. And Nigel, I'm coming back to you. I mean, a lot of the things David is talking about are sorted out by digital trade agreements.
Yeah.
So closing remarks from you, Nigel.
No, and to double on, it's definitely never a bad forum to mention e-invoicing, something I've written about a lot, in that it's some of the hidden heroes of digital trade, the basics that we just don't talk about, yet offer enormous benefits to government, business, and individuals, and is one of the many issues that negotiators in Geneva at the WTO have thankfully already sort of addressed as a package of sort of low-hanging fruit, like basically just ensuring everyone does the basics right, Whether that's at a level that the respective systems are interchangeable, as David mentions, is another question. But it helps raise the global floor at least some degree, and so that's why like those talks would be valuable. But one of my greatest fears there is if they do an early harvest, they don't come back to the issues around data and data localization, which are extraordinarily valuable and useful. And so, because once you take away those easy issues and you leave the hard issues, how likely is it they'll come back to it? The second point, and this is to Ross, and this is just to continue my negative theme for this morning, is that the export controls restriction angle, the defense angle related to trade will only get more difficult. I dare say that data going to China or access from China is next up on the cards. And so all of this is going to get more complicated, and that there are various proposals on the Hill and inside the administration about how to target transfers of sensitive US data going to China or China's access to it, as well as obviously Chinese access to cloud platforms and AI systems related to national security and other concerns. So on that note, there's a lot the two sides can talk about, both offensively and defensively, to ensure as greater alignment as possible. But again, to David's point, it's sort of it takes a different set of policy skills and capabilities to navigate these tricky waters as our approach to these issues evolves from the traditional vehicle around trade agreements into something else.
Thank you, Nigel, and thanks everyone for joining us. We have a 2-minute break, literally, before our next panel. So we've discussed policy. We're going to discuss SME market access to the US next. So please do stay on. Minister Huddleston is coming as well in about 45 minutes time, and then we'll have a drinks reception. So 2 minutes break, come back, and we'll continue the panel. Thank you, everyone, and thanks for my panelists. No, cheers.